Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Senpai here. Hope I pronouncing your name correctly. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Today is gonna be a first stream on my new streaming setup. Well, not entirely new, but still. I'm now streaming through a separate server. So hopefully my connection is going to be much more reliable, especially considering that I'm streaming from Ukraine with all the stuff going on here. So yeah, please let me know if something's wrong with the stream. It should be fine. It should be working as usual. But there could be a slightly bigger delay. That's one thing. So yeah, let's test it out and see how it works. Hopefully it doesn't crash in the middle of the stream. So we will continue working on the same AI actions that we were working on the previous stream. So last time we implemented the target type selection with a lot of different options, which is really nice because previously the target, like we only could use skills, right? In our AI stuff, AI configuration. But now we can do different stuff. Technically not yet. Technically we still only have use skill handler, which is not finished yet. But yeah, we will be able to do much more. And now we can actually select the target, which is awesome. I'm pretty sure I didn't assign all the target types. No, I did not. Yeah, we have now way more possible target types that we can use. I need to list them here. So yeah, and yeah, also last time we implemented, we integrated the hooks for all this stuff into a bunch of different events, like when somebody uses a skill, we can detect if we were hit or we avoided the hit, something like that, change state and so on. So yeah, that's nice. One second. Okay. So, yeah, first of all, I need to list all the target types properly in the database so I can actually use this. So let's check. Self is 1, current target is 2, enemy top N, bottom N, random, random not top N, enemy closest, ally random, ally closest. Okay, so we have that. Then 10 is master. Summon random. Summon random group ID. Neighbor random. Neighbor closest. Neighbor NPC ID. This is model ID. That's 15, right? Yeah, 15. NPC set ID. Race ID. Structure ID. 18, yes. Just double checking. So structure. And this is model ID. Structure set ID. Then party member N. $20. Yeah. Party member random. And AI action invoker. Okay, so now we've listed all the target types that we've defined previously. That's good. Source types. Do we still have the same ones? Yeah, structure, NPC, character, and custom. That's not gonna change. That's final. This may change in the future. Okay, event types. Yeah, we did change that. Yeah, now we have a bunch of stuff. So update in combat, out of combat. Combat, out of combat. Death, revive. Oh. Crap. How am I gonna do this easily? Well, we can move this here, then this is revive. Source revived. So that revive, kill. Source killed someone. Aggro start. Aggro change. Aggro end. Hit avoided. Please start it. Please start it. That's 12, correct. Spawn. Targeted by skill casting. Okay. Summon spawn, summon despawned. Summon hit, diet. Did we implement that? Guess so. Ah, right. Yeah, that's good. Summon hit, summon diet, that's 18. Summon revived. And waypoint reached. By the way, for the waypoint reach, I think I implemented that, but I need an argument. This needs to have the value of the current waypoint ID. Not sure where to put it though, because I cannot put it right here. Going to wait, advanced current waypoint. Well, technically, yeah, I can just take it from the current waypoint. Actually, execute AI action, right? I can try to integrate it here. I think this is going to be the best. Yes. So here we can set invoker. Wait. Event type, action argument. Oh, so I cannot know the waypoint ID. So for event type, I need some kind of argument. So I have action argument, right? But that's for the action type. So for skill ID, we set skill ID here. For like quests and so on, we have that. Target type, target argument. I need I'm not sure. Because I need to somehow tie to the waypoint ID. Well, for now, we're gonna skip this. I'm not gonna complicate this any further for now, because I can always just implement a condition that checks that. Because conditions have access to the controller, right? Yeah, they have access to the controller, and therefore they have access to the AI context. And technically, I can just pull that current waypoint ID from the context. But for now, that's okay. For now, that's okay. This is the first case when we need to filter on specific event type, I think, right? Well, for hit, we can use skill ID, which would be very nice. Can we do that? I'm pretty sure we can. Where is that event type? Hit. Yeah, we know skill ID, so technically we can do that. We can just introduce we can introduce event argument. So I have event type, event argument, and action type, action argument, target type, target argument. Seems logical, and it's going to be a very easy thing to filter on. We wouldn't have to implement a bunch of conditions, which may not even work because they may not have access to that. So for example, if we hit by a skill, I mean, how do we check which skill we get hit by? One sec. So, yeah, let's try to do that. Let's try to add integer argument. Event argument. Oh, you got it. So yeah, is the delay slightly different to what you're used to? Or is it just fine? So event argument. Yeah, we can just add Yeah, technically that's a filter. So I think it's better to make it nullable, or I don't know. Sorry, I'm just checking how my streaming server is doing. Seems to be doing okay. Yeah, seems to be doing fine. Right, so event argument. So then, if AI action event argument has value and AI action event argument value not equals event argument, we skip that. Oh, I just remembered that I wanted to have AI actions listed by, grouped by event type. Let me write it down. Just a small optimization, because we load them once, and instead of just having a big list of all the AI actions and then iterating over them every time here, we can just select a specific action type and iterate over those. And this will go away. We will have just this simple check. Oh, really? Do I have subtitles on my downcast? Testing. Oh, okay. Nice. All right, so this already should be working, but now how do we supply those arguments? Especially when it's done through the behavior tree. I think we just need to add some small hard code in there. Well, not really hard coding, but special conditions. But first, let's just find all references. Here on spawn, we don't need any argument. On update, in combat, out of combat, that doesn't matter at all. That's the function itself. Here on skill, action effect. So action skill AD is gonna be our event argument. So that's hit and avoided. Hit. Hit skill AD and avoided skill AD. Actually, now base ID. That's gonna be what's important. Okay, then death doesn't matter. Someone died. Well, we do have here I would actually like to have someone group ID, but we don't have that. And I'm not even sure if we need that. So instead, we're just gonna do... Ooh. We need NPC ID, right? Yeah. NPC prototype, signal, entity, get component, NPC, oh my god, NPC prototype, model ID, or 0. Okay. The same here. It's already going to be useful. Not sure if I actually need that. So someone died, someone revived is what we just did. Maybe model ID will actually stay because that's very useful, I think. More useful than the group ID. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna stay. So someone died, someone revived, kill, an entity hunted, have the entity itself. I can supply different stuff here. For example, I can supply, again, NPC prototype ID, but this could be a character, this could be a structure. So this is a little bit ambiguous. So instead, I can just supply the NPC type. So signal, not NPC, but entity type. And this is enum, right? So we're gonna convert that to int. And we will just, so what are we working on again? Kill. 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 Entity type. So one is structure. 2 equals NPC. 3 equals character. I need to rename that to PC player character. But they have way too many references to that, so whatever. Okay, targeted by skill casting, we just add skill ID here. Base ID. So targeted by skill casting. What? Too long. Oh no. I need to make this bigger. What was I working on again? Skill casting. Targeted by skill casting. Skill base AD. Actually, instead of this, what was it? Skill. Source skill somewhere there. Okay, so targeted by skill casting, skill base AD. We did that. Now someone hit skill AD. Base AD. Someone hit someone spawned. Oh crap. Someone spawned and someone despawned. I need NPC model ID here. I mean, we do have an entity set as a target, but I want to also have a filter and the argument. Okay. Now I have aggro AI actions. Aggro start, aggro change, aggro end. Aggro start. I don't think I need to set anything here. Because we set the invoker entity. That should be enough. But then this is used in a few places. Flee started. And waypoint reach. We don't care about the flee started, but the waypoint reached. Waypoint reached. So for this one, I think I can just add if this type equals waypoint reached. We're gonna set int event equals 0, but then here event argument is gonna be this owner, no, this context current waypoint AD. Just like that. And then here we can do it like this. And now we can target the specific waypoint AD. Okay. Could have done this differently, actually. Could just create a behavior tree action that just gets executed, like notify waypoint reached, and then we send a signal, then we subscribe to that signal. That would be a nicer solution. And the same for fleeing. But for now, I think this is more than good enough. Okay, now I need to change the schema. So first, let's export the data from the database. And then we need to add event type. We call this event argument. So yeah, let's do event argument in 32, but also nullable. Is that how we're doing? Yeah, doing that. Okay. So we added that. Can we put that into the database right now? Keep forgetting how to properly add columns so it doesn't throw an error. Okay. Okay, so now we have event argument, which can be null. All right. What else? Yeah, now we also need to read it in the table. Oops. Event argument, read int nullable. Hope I can do that. Let me double check that we can do that. Yes, okay, good. We can do that. Question is, can I access a portion of aggregated index? No, I can't. So by source, Let's replace this with a dictionary. AI action event type, AI action info. Ah, no. Not even like that. Ah, crap. This is the type of element. This is a little bit confusing. Source type, source ID. They also need the event type. Well, I mean, I can create a 3-key aggregated index. But then I would have to manually request every single type, which could be an option. Technically. Could be an option. Let's do it this way, by source and event type. What's wrong? Oh, I cannot do aggregated index on 3 keys. Right. Yeah, key 1, key 2. Huh, okay. Well, then. Yeah, then we can only... Well, I could implement a 3-key index. That could be interesting. Tuple. Now, let's just do that on load. It's fine. So on AI component, when we load AI actions, here we have all those AI actions. Now we just split them. Into dictionary of lists, I guess. But yeah, that would be much more efficient, I believe. Well, depending on what kind of data do we have. So if we have like, I don't know, 3 entries per entity, that will be an actual boost. Yes. So instead of this, we're gonna have... also, while I remember that, what I need is to implement those links. Okay, back to this thing. So it's gonna be a dictionary of AI action event type and this. And let's delist. This can actually be now simplified. Okay, now the load is broken now. So here we need to this AI actions clear, then for each in AI actions we do if this AI actions contains key action so if it doesn't have that, then we create a list. Don't really like it. This is gonna be done on spawn of every entity. I don't like this. Yeah, I really don't like this. Let's do it here. We just need it one time per source type and source ID. Then we just get that list. So instead of aggregated index, forget the name, unique index. This is what we need. Unique index of dictionary event type list this. I know it looks weird, but yeah, this is what we need. Then here how do we do this though? It's unique index. And that's how far we into project. Hey Hasker, depending what do you mean, how far into this AI action feature? Halfway deep, probably. So I have this aggregated thing, right? So now we can get a list of items by this criteria. Can we convert it? I don't think so. Is it possible that you have only 200 followers? I don't stream very often. Should be worshipped as a god for buying this piece of art. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Archidec. Yeah, I'm not streaming very often. I need to fix that, I really do. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, I managed to set up multi-streaming actually, and I'm testing that right now, although you cannot see the other streams. But yeah, right now I'm streaming to my own self-hosted server that then routes the streams to Twitch, YouTube, and other stuff. Testing that right now, not sure how well it's gonna work, but so far so good. And yeah, hopefully it's gonna also improve the reliability. Oh my god, why can't I pronounce it? Of the stream, because yeah, now it should actually properly fall back to my second ASP connection if the first one drops. Share the link to what? To the software that I'm using? I'm using a YouTube channel. Right now it's like the stream is private, well, unlisted, because this is the first proper test. I want to see how it works before I'm actually gonna stream to YouTube. But yeah, this is gonna be later. It's gonna be on my VOD channel. So yeah, you can subscribe to that, and that will hopefully become, like, if everything works out, the VOD channel will become the actual like proper YouTube channel. We'll see. And the link to the VOD channel is in the links under the stream. So, how are we gonna do this? So I have the aggregated index. How do we convert it to the unique index of dictionaries? Yeah, it doesn't expose anything. I cannot get all the items. Wait. Have all the keys. Yeah, I can iterate over this. Have the lookup as well. Lookup. Can it save me? Can I convert a lookup to a dictionary properly? And then still I would have to somehow convert that to the unique index. Yeah, I tend to meet and I'll be back in 1 hour, lurking until then. Good luck. Good luck. This is a weird task. And to build a unique index, I would need a list of dictionary. No, this is crap. Okay, what if I actually implement aggregated index with 3 keys? That save me? Technically, yes. Because then in the AI component, I can iterate over every single enum value. And build my addiction. But again, this is gonna be weird. You know what? I'm gonna skip this for now because this proves to be a more complex task than I initially thought. I thought that I can just group everything by event type and we're good to go. But I actually can do this more easily. 1 sec. So AI actions to dictionary to lookup. Why did I even bother with the list? It's a lookup. Crap. Can I have an empty lookup? It has internal constructors. This is stupid. Well, it's gonna be an array empty of AI action info to look up. Stupid. But I need it. Okay, so to look up, and then we need event type. What's wrong? It's not the way to create the lookups. I look up. Okay. This should be good. To look up entry event type. Okay. But yeah, we would have to create lookup every time, but I think it's better than to just have a simple loop. Now here, actions, by event type. Now I get rid of that. Okay, this is good. Okay, so that is implemented. The event arguments also implemented. I did add it to the table, right? Yes, okay, so we are reading that already. That's good. Event argument. So this all is implemented. Source types implemented. Target types implemented. Action types are not. Dummy handlers for most of that, and use skill handlers unfinished. But okay, condition types. Again, we need much more than this. But first, I want to tackle the event linking. And I don't remember how this is supposed to work. I mean, I was inspired by the Trinity Core advanced scripting, or however that's called. Smart scripts. Let's take a look. Warning, flashbang. Flashbang. Okay, so I'm interested in the link, right? How does that work? Because I don't remember and I want something similar. So, simple event linking, for example, if ID equals 0, so ID is event ID in our case, and link equals 1, ID1 will only be able to occur if ID0 was triggered. Smart event to be used. Link. So if ID is 0 and link 1, then ID1 will only be executed if ID0 was triggered. Okay. I get it, but I don't like it. So, I want it backwards. I remember now. But I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Let's try to figure that out. So in Trinity Core, if event ID, for example, is 1, and then we have event ID 2, if we set event ID, well, I need an example. What example can we do? Heal random ally. Oh, oh. It also means that it should only work based on the success of the execution. Where is it? Execute skill actions. So each skill action I guess when this successfully executed and not skipped and all conditions are met, only then we can mark, only then we can execute the linked action. Basic cooldown, basic quick attack. What? Hello, PLV. You're trying to give me an example or what? So in the Trinity core, let's say we have event AD1 and another event AD0. So when event 0 occurs, no, wait. So yeah, let's say we have event 0 with link 1, and we have event AD1. Then event 1 cannot be executed on its own. Okay, I remember. For the events that cannot be executed on their own, we need another event type. Event type. There was something about link or something. Link. This one. Used to link together multiple events such as chain of events. Yes. Okay, I remember now. So what would be a good example? Let's say Knight uses an emote, I don't know. But again, emotes are gonna be on cooldown too. What do we have in the action types? Speak, I guess. Let's do speak. And let's do enchanter. So for enchanter, 3105, event AD2. Speak after fireball. Enabled event type. Yeah, this is gonna be different. We need a separate type called link, but for now it's gonna be waypoint reached. Action type speak. Target type. AI action invoker, I guess. It's gonna be the target. Or we can create a separate one. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. So if I do event link 1, it will trigger, no, event link 2. Then it doesn't have to be a part of a primary key. This is going to be the primary key. And the link is just going to be the next action. So I will probably just rename it to next action. Video unavailable, it was removed. Ah, yeah, I know about that. It's there on purpose, to be honest. Yeah, Gravity copyright claimed the trailer and the guide to help visually impaired people to play the game, which is a very quote-unquote nice move by Gravity. That's on purpose for now. Maybe I will upload trailer to a different video hosting service. Maybe not. I don't know, haven't decided yet. And that trailer was a little bit out of date anyway. So right now it just states what Gravity's opinion on this project, I guess. But yeah, I know about that. I'm pretty sure the Trinity Core link system was different. I'm pretty sure it was what I wanted to do actually in the first place. But it looks like it was a bad idea. So what I wanted to do is to have this event link to be backwards. So we do here event link 0, but here we link it to 1. So we link event 2 to 1. Then when we see an event with link set to something other than 0, then we skip it in our normal execution. But crap. But okay. So if we see it on its own, we just skip it. But when event 1 is successfully executed, we will then loop through all the events with link set to something, and we will execute those. No, not to something, but to the ID of the currently executed event. That was my idea, and probably that's how they implemented it in the initial version, but it looks like there were some problems with that. Now they did it the other way around, so they have just a chain. I wanted to do it this way. Can I still do it? In this case, event type doesn't matter, right? Yeah, in this case, event type doesn't matter because it will be the event type of the parent event that triggered everything. Event argument also is not going to matter at all. Action type, target type. I need to have the target the same as the previous one, I think. or have a separate type of target. Let's see, do they have the target like that? I don't think they even have this. No, they have target type. Let's see. Non-self, victim, hostile, random, action invoker. Because this event to occur. Creature stored. Restored target. Yeah, I would probably need this as well, but that's okay. Invoker, party, player, closest, action invoker, vehicle, honor, summoner, threat, closest, furthest. They don't have that. So if I want to have the target to be the same as in the parent event, it's going to be invoker. It's going to be invoker. This one. Okay, now how do we do this? I can do it like Trinity Core has it. So we have a separate event type that has like link, event AI action link. And then we set the next event in chain like this. Yeah, I need to remove the event link from the primary key. I don't need it there. But okay, then we'll link to event 2. Then event 2 gets executed. Event type's not gonna matter at all in that case, right? Right. And we will find the event by ID. By doing it this way, we could only do chains of execution. So 108 event right after another, right after another. We wouldn't be able to do something more complex. Let's say, where's my paint? Let's say that we have event 1. We have event 2, right? And let's say event 1 has 2 additional events that can fire, 3 and 4. So only when event 1 succeeds, we fire both events 3 and 4. And let's say if event 3 succeeds, then we again can do like 3 events even. 5, 6, and 7. This is if I do it my way. It's probably not going to be very nice on the performance though. But if we do it this way, then event type needs to be the same as the event type of the parent one, which is good, I think. An event argument is now gonna be event argument is gonna be working in proper way. But wait, we can do it even better. Instead of even using this event link, we can have event type link, and argument is the ID of the event that fired. There we go. It makes very logical sense. Very much sense. So, let's do it this way. I think this is going to be good, and even this is going to be possible. It's not possible to do it like this in train to core, but it will be possible here. And to execute the events, I wouldn't have to actually run the loop or anything. I can just recursively call execute AI actions with event type link. Invoker is going to be the target of the previous action. And the argument, I think I need to move these 2 arguments around. And the event argument is going to be the ID of the event. Yes, let's do it this way. So, what we're going to do, what do I haven't saved? Yeah, this needs to be saved. So I'm going to completely get rid of event link. This is just bad idea. Hopefully I can do it nicely. Yeah, it should be totally fine. Wait, before I do that, let me export the data from the database. Then we remove event link and we put it into the database. Right, then I really like this idea. Then we implement event type link. Let's just call it link for now. No. Can we name it a little bit more humanly understandable. Event executed. Event executed. And we can have event failed. Ah, I really like it. Event executed and event failed. Why is my avatar moving the lips? I guess the camera is messing, or the lighting messes up with the lighting. Okay, so then here, yeah, I need to determine if the action executed successfully. So this is gonna return Boolean instead of void. This needs to be changed as well. Return true. And this one. Yeah, the result of this that's I skill action, yeah. So return result is successful. Wait. It's not going to be result, but action. So now only when we successfully executed or started casting the skill, this is going to be considered a successful AI action execution. Then back here, success equals that. And then if success then we do this execute actions event type. Yeah, we need new event type. Oh, we already added those. Event executed. Then invoker is gonna be action target. And argument is our current AI action ID, event ID. Oh, by the way, I need to get rid of this as well. Let's remove it from the table and from here. Nice. I really like this. Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸🚂. Hello, Dark. How you guys doing? Sorry if I'm a little bit slow to react. But okay, this should be good. And yeah, let's move these arguments. One sec. First, let me finish. If it's not successful, then we also execute event failed. Fine, I'm doing good as well. Yeah. I've been busy the last couple of days trying to set up my new streaming server. And today is the first stream while I'm testing it, so hopefully it works fine. So far it was okay. I don't see any connection drops or anything. And the delay seems to be fine, and the captions are working, which is good. So yeah, hopefully it works fine. Okay, so do we need to execute the event failed on conditions not met? No, I don't think so. Only when the actual execution fails. So now we need to add that to the event types. Event ID, that's gonna be our argument. Yeah. Let's add some description. Oh, by the way, first let me add the second one, and I need to adjust the length of the column because it's not enough for me. So event execution failed. Okay. Right, now back to the schema. AI action event types. Yeah, 63 is not enough. I guess I'm just gonna remove the length and it needed. Target types. And this default can be removed now. I added that just because I needed to update the table and it wasn't working. Okay, so first back to the CSV, and then from the CSV back to the database. Now it should have complete freedom. Yeah, now it's text. Good. So probably I need to document that. Actually, I just want another description field for event types. Moses. Okay. So when event executed, when another event of the same entity, what am I typing? Entity executed successfully. Did we set the invoker, right? Wait. Yeah, invoker is set to the previous events. Invoker is set to the previous event target. Entity failed to execute. Okay. Okay, this should be good. Let's export that to CSV. Now we can link our events very easily. So now we just have event ID, then event type. Wait, what? This is wrong. I think it's just glitching, but okay. Then if we want to speak after fireball, we just do event executed. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, it wasn't glitching, it's just the description wasn't being set correctly. So, when event executed and argument is 1, the event ID 1. Action target, action type speak, argument, we don't have the argument. And by the way, for speak, that's gonna be a problem because our speech is string-based speech files. Well, we will see how to handle that later. Target type invoker, which is going to be the same target. Yeah, And that's it. This is how we're gonna do the linking. I like it much better than what Trinity Core had. Let's close that. And yeah, no need to do any other iterations over actions. I also would probably need it to have like index of actions by ID. We don't need any of that. We just do a recursive run. Oh yeah, I wanted to swap the arguments of this method. This is gonna be fun to fix. Because I want the argument to be before the invoker. Now invoker here. Well, I guess most of the action triggers don't have any arguments, which is nice. Wait a minute. Okay, this should be it. I really like this implementation of linking. Way more than the one that I planned to do initially, inspired by Trinity Core. This is just, I don't know, genius. Very simple. Very easy. And we can tie multiple actions to the same event, and we can then do the same thing recursively again and again and again. Hello? Are we online? Hello? What just happened? Something happened to the stream. Oh my god. Are we live now? We are live. And the stream restarted. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Okay, so we have our first problem almost 2 hours into the stream. It just restarted. Why? Failed to update header with correct duration. 150. Error demuxin. IO error. Wow. This is not good. Well, we have our first problem, I guess. Sorry about that. Let me save the logs so I check it out later. Yeah, run and it exited with code 0. What the hell? Failed up the mux in IO error. Too many reordered frames. Ah, interesting. Well, this is something for me to work on. Did we just die again? We did just die again. Oh my god, what the hell? Yes. Back live? We're not. One, two, testing. It's just dying non-stop. I hope we're back. That was weird. That was really, really weird. I'm sorry about this. Okay, hopefully now it's gonna be fine. I don't know. That was super weird. I'm sorry about this. My streaming server just worked. It started to restart in the stream non-stop. That was weird. But yeah, hopefully now it's fixed. I don't know. Should be fine, in theory. Let's hope that it's gonna work. Wow, a lot of disconnects. So yeah, we were live for 1 hour 50 minutes, and then it just started restarting constantly. Too many reordered frames. Interesting. And yeah, second time it lasted 2.6 minutes, and then 3 seconds, 31 seconds, 0 seconds. Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Hopefully now, after proper full restart, we can last longer. Yeah, this is something for me to fix, I guess, to figure out. Okay, yeah, back to our code. So this should already be working correctly. I don't see any other problems. So now we can start implementing. So this is done. This for now is done, but let's leave it open. Target types are done. This is good. Action types, yeah, this is something. This is something to implement, and conditions. Let's start with conditions. Those are more challenging, I believe. Because that can be done. So, conditions. Let's start implementing the conditions that we had in NPC skills. So, combat idle that. This is now implemented actually. Probability is implemented. Then min health factor, max health factor. I believe we have that on health percent. Yeah. Target health. Yeah, we did that. Target range. Distance. We did that. Min enemies, max enemies. Yeah, let's do that. So let's start with probably on health. Just copy it. So this is going to be enemy count min. Enemy count min. Then where do we get enemy table? Is it in the battle info? Yes. Enemy table count. And let's copy this and create the max version. Which is just with a different sign. Now we need to register those two in the dependency injection container. And we need to register them in here. Okay. This should be done. Let's just double check and in used learned skill, min max enemies. Yeah, that's just the enemy count. Yeah, I cannot wait to get rid of all this crap. I didn't like this code. Summon count. Okay, let's do that. Now this one is gonna be harder to implement, I guess. So for summon count, let's see, I did something recently. Yeah, it's this. Okay, so let's do that. Summon count. So this is owner, spawn manager component. Spawn manager is not there yet, it's just false. But not spawners, but by the way, I need the link to be there. Count by, I guess. Some of this. Just wanted to double check if we have the count already. But yeah, sum of all the spawn managers, spawned entities. This is what we need. And the same for max. One thing that's not very nice is if we have two conditions that access the same kind of data, the data is calculated twice, but I don't see how I can fix that problem. And it's not very major problem, I guess. Okay, let's register this. It's the last two. Okay, I have that. Combat duration seconds. Another thing that I need to consider is seconds here was a floating point number, right? No, integer. Ah, okay. Okay, so combat duration min max is what we need next. How did we access that? Combat duration. Battle component. Okay. Combat duration seconds min. That's gonna be this. Then we get battle component. And then just how did we do this? Oh, we converted that to time span on load. Well, combat duration total seconds is what we're gonna use here. I made a typo. Okay. Let's register that. Actually, just one. Oops. Where did this line break come from? Okay, we have the combat duration, recent hit skill base ADs, comma separated list of skill base ID. Do I use it actually? No. Okay. Recent hit skill base IDs, recent hit attack types. Effect base IDs. Yeah, why did they implement this as multiple values? That complicates things by a lot. Okay, in theory, let's say that we actually need to have multiple values. So we need to execute an event. Wait, this is irrelevant now. Completely irrelevant, right? Because this has been done because it couldn't be done in any other way. Recent hit attack types. It's basically when somebody hits a monster with a certain type of attack, let's say physical attack, the monster then reacts to that by casting a skill like physical shield in reaction to physical attack or something like that. Now we can actually do the proper reactions. So when we hit by a skill, that should be event, yeah, skill base ID. But we don't have an event when we were hit by a specific attack type. Attack types. Yeah, I was using that quite a lot. Even more than skills. Status effects, that needs to be as a condition, yes. But these two can be actual events. Like this is already can be an event, but it's not used at all. Like we can already run an event when an entity gets hit by a certain skill. And attack types. This is gonna be interesting. Yeah, I was using that quite a lot. So if we get hit, it's this one. And if we don't set the argument, we ignore the skill base ID, we can technically add a condition, recent attack type. But if I would like to subscribe to two attack types, let's say physical and magic, and ignore ranged, how would I do that? In our new system, we can only have a single argument for a condition. And our conditions are technically AND conditions, not OR. Do Did I have something in my notes? Condition types. Yeah, recent hit skill base ID, recent hit attack type. We can implement it like that as a condition, but as a single value. If we need multiple, then we just create multiple events, I guess, that have different conditions. Yeah. Another thing that I can do is I can actually implement something like OR checks on the conditions. If I do, like here, if conditions are not met, we just skip it, right? But I could execute another type of action, like event conditions failed. Let's do that. That's actually a very nice idea. So event failed, event conditions failed. Yeah. That way we can chain OR events or conditions. Interesting. Let's add it here. Event conditions failed. Well, another event of the same entity. And another fail skipped due to not matching conditions. Invoker set to the previous event's target. Yes. Okay, I like it. Yeah, this gives me a lot of flexibility. Now back to this recent hit. How did we check that in the previous implementation? Recent hit skill base ATs. Damage table, huh? Get entries since last 15 seconds. And we try to match the skill IDs set in here to the skill ID in the entry tables, the damage table entries, I mean. And the same with attack types. So this is already technically incorporated into the damage table. Sure. Successful effect kind. Status effect base ID. Yeah. Let's try to implement that. So this is gonna be, yeah, just recent hit skill base AD. Now it's gonna be just a single AD. It's a weird condition, but yeah, I guess I need it. Or do I just skip this completely and just do a reaction? The problem with the reactions, though, is if we're currently on cooldown, on global cooldown, let's say, or if we're casting a skill and then this event happens, then it just fails because we cannot use a skill. That's another thing. Maybe I should actually implement skill queues or something like that for AI. So we just enqueue a skill to use. Maybe it's just going to be always a single skill, not an actual queue of multiple skills, but just like next skill. And then we just pick it up with try to use skill or something like that. That's an interesting idea. Maybe I will do that, but not right now. Let's actually implement the condition, because this one is interesting and it should be very easy to implement because we already have everything for it. So let's copy this one. Wait, how do we name it again? Recent hit skill base AD condition. Then here, yeah, we do need the battle component, and then recent damage table entries. Zone instance. Take count. Crap. Well, I do have access to this, but this is not very nice that we need to access this thing. But yeah, I can do that. Zone instance is owner zone instance. Again, if it's null, we return false. Okay, so we have recent damage table entries. And then this. Yeah, now we just have a single one. Skill base AD is the value. And this can actually be it's actually enumerable. So I can just chain all of this. I converted that to list because I had actually multiple IDs. Now that I have single ID, which is to this, with base ID, with successful effect kind, and a return that's, well, I guess we can do that. Okay, that's nice. Let's register it. So recently hit with skill base ID. Like that. And then attack types. Recently hit attack types. Or attack type. And for attack type, we just use with skill attack type value. This needs to be, oh, attack type. Well, I guess we just convert to attack type. Just like that. Okay. Then source effect base ID and target effect base ID. And this can actually be just single ID in our case because our conditions are AND conditions basically. We apply Boolean ANDs. So we can just specify multiple conditions like require source status effect base ID. So let's do that. Okay, this one's very easy. So requires source status effect base AD condition. Or just no, this is slightly different. This is has own status effect base AD. Yeah. Now here, instead of that, we just do on is return owner entity battle info, or as I guess just try get. Okay, try get value. No, wait. Ah, yes, value. Don't care about the output. Just like that. And then for the target is basically the same. It's just we check the target as target. And we check against the action target. That's it. Okay, so something like that. Let's register these two now. Below enemy count. Where the hell is services? There. And we add them here as well. Wait, I forgot to register recent hit attack type condition. Let's do that. That's where the line break is coming from with attack type. Then we need 15. This is his own status effect base AD. How do we has on status effect 16 has target status effect. Oops. Target has status effect. Okay. And that's it. That's all the conditions that we had in our old system. It should be good now in our new system. We can check for health, target health, range, enemies, summons, combat duration, recent hits, and status effects. But that's not everything that I wanted. So let's see. On health. We can check on mana. That's also gonna be nice. So where is it? On health percent. Let's do on mana percent. I never bothered to add that to the learned skill system just because that would be just bloat thing that I would probably never use, but now maybe. Now I will have an option for this. So this is below health, okay. So this is 17 and 18. Mana percent. Okay. What else? Action target health, action target distance, we did that. I don't think I care about action target mana. That's actually redundant. Min enemies, max enemies, summons, yes, we did that. Combat duration seconds, we did that. Recent hit on status, action target, status effect. Okay, so I think we have at least everything that I have written down in my draft for the conditions. I think we're good for now. Target types, I think we did everything there. Yeah. Everything that I have drafted. Well, action types is probably something that we're gonna work on next. Event types. I think we have enough here as well. Well, quests. That's another thing. When entity finishes quest, do I need this? I can see how it could be useful. Like, for example, we have some kind of room, and there is an NPC in that room, right? And it's just standing there peacefully. Then you do something within that room that triggers the NPC. So it attacks you. What would be the way to implement that? It could be actually that we title the event of entity activate structure, or what was that? Entity uses skill. But what if it's not a structure? What if you just speak to the NPC, right? During a quest, let's say, speak to the NPC after a certain dialogue, that NPC becomes hostile. Well, that should be handled differently, to be honest. It should be implemented through factions. So you complete the quest and then your faction affinity drops. And the whole faction becomes hostile. So that could be a thing. Or yeah, it could be tied to a quest. I don't know. Could be relatively easy to implement. We just add a signal when somebody completes a quest or completes a quest step or fails a quest step. We just send out a signal that happened to the neighbors. And here we just subscribe to that signal. And that's it. And we have that working. But I think I will leave it for later. Actually, maybe not. I will forget about this later. So I have 4 kinds of events that I can do. Entity is given a quest. Entity finished a quest. Entity finished quest step. And entity failed the quest step. But this is such a specific case. I don't know if I should even try to do that. Or maybe I should do that through the quest system, which is also a mess. I need to refactor that a little bit. But I don't know. I think for now we're good. If I need that, I have my notes. I will find it. Action tabs, this is what I need. This is actually something that, like for the quests, that's definitely something that we need. Like let's say if an NPC health drops below 50%, we complete the quest. Okay, so what should we start? I'm gonna skip speak because that's not possible to implement right now with our current speech system. We don't have speech ID, we have speech name, file name, or whatever. Fail quest, complete quest step, clear enemy table. Let's do that. This is easy. So clear enemy table. So we go there. Copy this. Clear enemy table handler. So now here we just do, how do we clear enemy table? I think I have a skill for that. Oh, AI action. Okay, this is easy. Okay, this is basically done now. Now I need to register it. Okay, so we've done that. Flee. Can I trigger flee? Can I trigger flee? That's a very good question. Don't even remember where it is. Is it in this code base? No. Combat behavior. Set run away target position from target. Please start it. Right, we don't actually have anything like that. So it's not a separate state or anything. It's a normal combat state, but we're just running away. Instead of chasing. But we are still in combat. Oof. So I cannot implement the flee unless we do this. The return state is gonna be our flee. Oof. I don't know. I mean, I can execute actions, the flee actions, but that's not the way. So I cannot do the flee action right now. Die. We can do that through the battle component, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, let's do that. Die and revive. Where is the revive? Oh, I guess I can swap these two instead of flee. This is gonna be die. This is revive. Those actually can be done very easily. So we go back to this, for example, and we take this one, die handler, we don't need the game data, we only need the battle component, and we do battle component kill. Okay. And revive. Actually, there are signals for that, I think. Let me see, I have my chat commands. How are they implemented? Chat commands die. No, it's done through kill. What about revive? It's a signal with health percentage. Aha. But it's just because we can cast it on a target, I see. This also has health percentage. I need to set this to 100. Right, why do we have skill AD? But it's okay. We could have done that through the argument. Like health percentage is gonna be our argument. Yeah, let's do that. And mana is gonna be full. What's going on with my avatar? This is something weird. It's constantly opening the mouth. Is it just because of the camera? Not enough light or something? I guess so. Well, I would need to tweak that a little bit. Or just make it react to the voice only. Because yeah, it's weird. Okay, so revive. I need to revive health percent is gonna be our argument. So now let's register die and revive. Okay, dive, revive, despawn self. Can I do that even? Can I do that? Ni hao, Albus. How you doing? Can I despawn the entity by itself? Oh. Guess I would need to retrieve the spawner, so spawn manager. What can we do with the spawn manager? No, this is not what I need. I need to get spawner, I think. Let's see. Entity spawner. Yeah, I need to retrieve spawner. And then probably I can request this spawn. No? Request this spawn. Yeah, I can do this. It's gonna be weird, but I can do this. So I need to request spawner from entity components. Doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good as well. I'm testing new streaming setup right now, and we already had one crash, so hopefully it doesn't repeat. So just heads up. So yeah, let's get rid of all of that. What I need is owner. Wait. Spawner is owner, entity, get component, spawner, right? That's the entity component. Yes, that's the entity component. And then for the spawner, request despawn owner entity. Should be good. Let's see, what does it do? Request despawn. We check if we are the owner, that's good. We enqueue new despawn request. Right, how does that work? Request. I don't have the override, that's okay. We do need that. The spawn delay override, I guess. Yeah, we do need to do that. delay override is gonna be time span from, no, time span 0. Hello? Time span 0. Okay, good. Crash, can you explain it to words? Well, I'm trying to multi-stream through a self-hosted service, and yeah, for some reason it just died, or even like started restarting all of a sudden, constantly in a loop. I do have some error logs. I will take a look after the stream. But yeah, that was fun. The whole stream died. So hopefully it doesn't happen. It happened after 1 hour 50 minutes of the stream. So yeah, by the way, Twitch uptime says 1 hour 10, right? But my OBS has uptime of 3 hours 6 minutes. You can see that in the overlay in the bottom right corner. So my OBS stayed connected, everything was fine, but yeah, the server did crash. But that's okay, that's okay. Wait, what did I just do? I just rewrote a perfectly fine condition. Okay, I need... Yeah, I will put it here for now, because I need an actual handler. It's gonna be a despawn handler. Wait, what am I typing? Despawn self handler. Then we're gonna go back to this, grab this, put it here. Just like that. Okay, now we need to despawn. Yeah, that's a word. So now we need to register this. Above die handler. Okay, so I have that. Despawn, revive, die, clear enemy table. These are implemented. We cannot do spawn, despawn, summon group because we don't have summon groups right now. This is something for me to implement later. We cannot implement speak. What about the quests? Also, what else do I have in my draft? Yeah, that's about what I have. I'm gonna mark the ones that I didn't implement yet with a big X, just so I can see them clearly when working with the tables. I mean, when I'm assigning the value from another table. Okay. or just to do, no, let's have it as X. So this should be good enough. Speak after firewall. Can we do something else? Clear enemy table, die. Well, we can do that for a test. And then we can revive. Dispel self. Dispel self is not gonna work on characters, right? Because there will be no spawner. I need a check here. This, yeah, should be an exception. That's correct. Revive. Revive shouldn't happen if we are not dead, right? Yes. Let me see. Revive command. There's already a check like this. Yeah, if it's not dead, then we just action target. Wait, can we revive a target? Yes, we can. It should be done against the target, so then we use the signals. There we go. We don't need the battle component here. So action target. If it's not dead, return false. Otherwise, we do action targets, add signal, new revive. Let's grab that from the signals. What? I think it's just VS Code being stupid. Let's grab this. It's in the Ymirheim code base. Ooh. Why is it there? Let's move it in the base code base. Let's move it into the base code base. But then the reactions to this also should be here somewhere. Battle component revive. Okay. I mean, I can move this to the Ymirheim code base instead. I still haven't decided if it's going to be within the base code base or Ymirheim. Let's move it. Let's move this handler to the Ymirheim code base. So I need entities AI actions handlers namespace. Okay. Entities AI actions. Handlers. Then we take this and we move it into here. Now we have everything. Okay. But now I need to register it. Register it. Entity services? Yes, entity services. Okay. Should be good. We just need to change. Oh my god. It's not the one. AI actions. This one. Now I just need to change the namespace in here. Okay. I'll probably move basically everything except the use skill to the Ymirheim code base then. But for now, that's okay. So, is that everything that I need for now? I think so, actually. Yeah, there are some actions that I cannot implement right now. Fail quest, complete quest. I need this. This was one of the reasons why I started this system. Fail quest. How can we complete quest or complete quest step? How can we complete a quest step of an entity? Actually, should be pretty easy. We just create a different quest step. Let me take a look. Dialog starting. I could create a quest step that listens to a signal that we send from an AI entity, AI controlled entity. Like here we, like here we listen for the cutscene finished signal, and we update the progress. Basically create the same kind of quest step. And we just implement yeah, we can do that, but I would need to test this thoroughly. I'm gonna leave it for now. And speak, yeah, this is gonna be weird. How can I do this? Our speech system is completely different. I could create a table. Like the problem is, have dialogue templates. This is how we initiate the dialogues. For speech though, that's slightly different. How is it done again? I don't remember specifically. I think I can find it here. Client, dialog controller. Handle, send dialog. Send dialog. Section. Branch. Supply trade shop. Quest note. Where pointless. It's not here. Where was the speech packet? It was somewhere. Show quest note. Yeah, I don't remember. I need to take a look in the client. And yeah, probably we would need to have another table. Or maybe this table actually. Because we don't even need to initialize the dialogue. For a speech, we just need to send the dialogue file name so it gets displayed on screen. We don't start the dialogue. We just display the speech bubble. And what I can do, I could just create a table called speech ID, and it will be just direct mapping of ID and dialogue file name that was sent to the client. By the way, do you watch the football World Cup? No, not really. I just get some bits of news from people around who actually follow that. But yeah, I'm not very interested in the football. Otherwise, I think we're done except the use skill handler. This one is still a little bit tricky. Like it's not gonna work if the NPC is stunned, for example. It's gonna fail, right? I don't know. Where is the use learn skill? I have so many files open. Okay, we should be good. So where is the use skill handler? It was somewhere here. Not use skill handler, but use learn skill. There it is. I forgot to save a file. So yeah, this file will be completely changed, because we now don't need half of the logic that's here, but we need to implement this properly. Hope you see some good new rounds. What do you mean? This currently is working, but it's not very good. So this needs to be extracted probably into a separate action. Here we just try to determine the skill to use. This again, I need to completely get rid of that and replace this probably with attempt to use the default skill. And we move all the custom skills to the new system. So all these checks should be gone completely. And these, in these, get the target. So we have the target ID, check target conditions. Again, that should be removed. Yeah, all of that can be removed. Then we just check. Yeah, this was a very stupid, simple workaround. To basically look at the disposition of the skill and see if the target is enemy or an ally, then we reset the target in that case. The target is self. Again, this needs to be just removed. So all of this can be just removed, and we replace that with proper definition of what's the target, how to use the skill, when exactly, any conditions. So all of this can be just removed. And yeah, this can be removed. I only need the default skill to be here, and probably not even that. So let's see. Disposition enemy. Yeah, here we try to find an ally to heal somebody, for example, or shield. Again, very stupid setup. Very dumb. And then if we don't have the target, we just skip. This is what I need. Delay after movement. And this should be done for any skill, either the default skill or the skill that's coming from the AI actions. So probably this use learned skill action should be just renamed to try to use next skill. And next skill by default will be the default NPC skill. Wait, why is the default skill here? Delay after movement applied. Default skill. We update the cooldown of the default skill. Huh. Okay. Okay, so this delay only applies to the default skill. Okay, sure. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Right. And then we try to cast the skill. If that's the case, we rotate to the target or use the skill. Okay, so if we get rid of check target conditions, then we have this use skill. Just use skill. Notify file skill. Yeah, I just marked that. That could be redundant. Find skill is, yeah, we don't need that anymore. Rotate the target position and stop. Yeah, so okay, so this whole action can be completely rewritten. All the conditions are gonna be gone. All the target checks are gonna be gone. All the skill finding stuff is also gonna be gone. Because this action now should only try to use a skill that we specify. And I think we just specify the skill to use in our AI context object. And if it's empty, we try to use the default skill instead. And that will just go on and on. And our use skill AI action will just, instead of actually using the skill, it will just enqueue it. It will just set it to that variable. So then this action will pick it up next time we update. Yeah. I like this. The problem is this means that I will have to completely get rid of learned skills. Can I still have them? No, I don't want to have them. Especially because of these dumb checks. And the whole target finding logic, it's very stupid. If we get rid of that, everything becomes very nice and clean. For any like conditions, target definition, we have our new AI actions, which does everything basically that we need. And otherwise, yeah, we just use the default skill. Okay. So I guess this is gonna be the task for the next stream. Let's write this down. because this is a good idea. Hi. I believe you already said hi. But yeah, hi again. Did you close the stream when it crashed? So, what we're gonna do? Remove all the learned skill functionality. Functionality. It's hard to speak and type, especially on the complex words. Remove all the learn skill functionality from here. Replace, no, wait. This section should be renamed to try use next skill. It should try to pick up a skill ID from the AI context. Am I feeling better? A little bit, yeah. Try to pick up a skill from the AI context. Wait. Or use the default skill instead. Or skill of the currently, oh my god, if I can spell words, currently equipped weapon for characters. Okay. So all the learn skill functionality should be gone. That simplifies stuff so much. I really like this new system. Yeah, rotate should be fine. Movements and stuff. So this is it. This is what we need to do with this. The problem is, let's move this to here. The problem is we would have to migrate this whole table to our new system. So every single entry, I don't even think... Oh my god. Where's the sound, by the way? I don't hear the sound. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂, what are you doing? Bacon pancakes. Yeah, sorry, I don't have the alerts set up properly because buy me a coffee is stupid. But maybe now with new streaming setup, it will be much better. But yeah, bacon oh my god, bacon pancakes. I don't think I can actually send that song just because, yeah, it's hard to pronounce. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. And if you want the DTS to spell it out, I can actually do this for you. Where's this?
Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes, 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 bacon, 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 bacon.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, thank you so much. Bacon, bacon, bacon. But yeah, I hope you're doing good. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the donation. And yeah, I do need to set up the alerts properly for the donations. Now I can actually do that now that I have a server that can receive the webhooks from the stupid Buy Me a Coffee service. It doesn't have any integrations. But yeah. By the way, we are creeping into the timestamp of 1 hour 50 minutes of the uptime on Twitch. I just noticed nerds.zip. Nerds.zip, yeah. Yeah, I do have a website. I didn't announce it properly. I'm still working on it. It's still a work in progress, although it was a while since I last touched it. Yeah, maybe I will update it soon. So yeah, but yeah, we are creeping into the timestamp of 1 hour 50 minutes, and last time on that last timestamp, the restreaming server crashed. So just heads up, we still have 3 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't crash. But yeah, I need to investigate that problem. So for now, I guess we can leave this and just implement the next skill. Pick up the next skill ID to use from the AI context. So maybe we can just implement this bit here so it remains compatible with the old table, at least for now. And it just picks up the new skill to use. I don't think it's actually gonna be possible. Because yeah, even if the find skill thing operates on the learned skill object and runs all the checks. Where's the default skill? I guess it just gets added to the learned skills. Yeah, I remember that. By the way, will this system work properly? Yeah. So the whole reason for this weird chance calculation, where is that? Find skill. Yeah, we order every learned skill by probability. And then we check from the least probable skill to the most probable skill if like if it's within the random thing, we can use it. We don't need this anymore, I guess, right? Our new AI actions. Wait. Well, in most cases, the NPC will just have a few skills with low chance of triggering. If we add those skills into this table and we leave the default skill as a separate thing that we fall back to, because right now this table is mainly, this whole loop is mainly here for the fallback to the default skill if the less probable skill is not triggered by the probability chance. Then we fall back to the less probable. If that's not triggered, then to the 100% and so on. So right now it's only for some very few less probable skills and the fallback to the default skill. If we fall back to the default skill always, then what if we just ignore the sorting of probability and we define all of that here in the AI actions? Because here in AI actions, we can define the order. We can define the order of this thing to run. And let's say on update we have the fireball. Let's say this is an NPC that throws a fireball. So on update we have a chance of, I don't know, like 10% to cast a fireball. Oh, by the way, I need to connect stream avatars to YouTube because right now it's not gonna react to the YouTube chat. Okay, this is something for me to do. 1 sec. Connect stream avatars to YouTube. Okay. But yeah, let's say we have this skill with the chance probability of 10%. Then it will run on each update. And once it's triggered, use skill action. Where is it? By the way, I probably need to move probability to somewhere, I don't know, here. Because I need to see it right away on screen. But yeah, it will just enqueue basically a skill, and then it's going to be picked up by this AI action. So yeah, this thing will pick the skill up and we'll try to use it. But what if we have two skills with low probability? Then it's actually very easy. Then one skill overrides another. It will just override the variable of the next skill to use. So everything is good. One problem is if we have, let's say, a 1% chance on one skill and a 90% chance on another. That's a bizarre difference, and it will never happen in real time. But let's say we have that. We have a very a skill with a very low probability and a skill with a very high probability, in addition to the default skill. Then the low probability technically can override the one, but yeah, we have the event ID. By the way, I forgot to sort the items by event ID. I need to do that. Where is it? I need to sort the items. Well, technically MySQL will sort it for me, but I need to be sure that they are sorted properly. So I need to sort them here. Order by and this is more complex because we have 3 columns. So yeah, okay, let's sort by 3 columns. So source type, it was different. 1 sec. It was like then order by or something like that. Let me take a look. I forgot. I haven't been using that for a while. C# link order by multiple fields. Then by there it is. Yeah. Then by item source ID. Then good thing that I remembered this. So still remember something. Item event ID. Right, source type, source ID, event ID, source ID, event ID. Yes. So now we are sure that our events are properly sorted. It's been a lot of meetings, one after another. Yeah, can imagine. By the way, we had a stream crash in the meantime while you were gone. So my setup is not final yet, but we're still online. So we're past 1 hour, 15 minutes. I don't know. I would have to dig into those errors, but yeah, it's still not very stable. I need to take a look into that. So yeah, I was saying that because we can strictly order the events and we are fully in control in the order, then we can put the less probable skills after the more probable skills. Then if the less probable skill triggers, it will not be overwritten by the less probable skill, which is amazing, which is exactly what I need. Because right now, let's use learn skill. This thing affects the actual probability. So it's not exactly as you would expect. No, it actually works the same way that I just described. If the less probable skill triggers, then we just use that. Everything else gets ignored. So yeah, exactly the same thing is going to be here. It's just you control it manually, which is good. And for the default skill, this will take priority. We only fall back to the default skill if we have nothing to to use in the queue. Okay, I like that. Yeah, I need to move the probability. Let's do that. Let's move the probability field after, let's see, enabled. I need that. So event type, event argument. Yeah, let's do after event argument. There. Okay, so first of all, let's export everything into CSV, then back into the database. So we are sure that we have our data properly saved. Okay, now I see the probability properly. Action type, action argument. Yeah, use skill, target type, target argument, and conditions. Yeah, this is amazing. This is exactly what I needed. And technically, if I would add target type and target argument to my learned skills back in the day, that would simplify the code so much. But yeah, this is a much better system. Technically, I can automatically convert this. I can automatically convert these NPC skills. So our model ID is source ID. Source type is gonna be NPC always, in this case. Skill ID is gonna be our action argument. Action type is always gonna be 1, because previously this is all that we could do. Probability, we have that, although I believe the probability is gonna be affected in a different way. Like the previous 2% probability is gonna be different to the new one. Or am I wrong? Let's see. Is it the only place? Yeah, this is the only place where we check the probability. Then no, then it's exactly the same, except for the case when the find skill is not being executed with the same rate as previously. But that's just basically an update if we are not casting anything. And if we're casting anything, then yeah, it's just gonna be ignored. Oh yeah, this is a good point. If we're currently casting a skill, the actions will still be running, except the next skill to use is gonna be set, but yeah, we will not use the skill, right? So yeah, the only way the probability can be different is if we execute use learn skill with less probability than previously, and we did because we have periodic update here with the interval of 150 milliseconds. So we are technically limiting Yeah, we're technically limiting the rate of execution of skills, even like checking if we can execute the skills to 150 milliseconds. We're not doing that for normal events in combat. Those are getting executed on every update. But technically, update in combat, that actually gets updated every 33 milliseconds. Huh. So yeah, the chance is gonna be different. It's gonna be like, what, 4 or 5 times higher probability. I don't like that. I could move those executions to here, to the behavior tree, and encapsulate it with the same periodic update. That could be an option. But then it wouldn't be true for the event type, let's say update to be executed on every update, because that's not going to be the case. But yeah, the chances are going to be completely different just because of this update interval. I could technically implement the periodic update for this AI component like here. I could execute these actions within a periodic updatable. I don't know. And make the period configurable. Because I don't think I even need the AI actions to run on every tick for every entity. That's probably even something that I don't want to. So yeah, either I need to move this into the behavior trees and close it down into the periodic updatable, or I implement periodic updatable here and make the interval configurable here. So limit the execution frequency with either a periodic updatable or a periodic update within the behavior tree. Probably the best way would be to actually move this to the behavior tree. Or I can leave normal update here. No, I don't want to. Why would I need the normal update on every tick? Could there be a reason for that? I don't know. But yeah, this needs to be solved. And when this is solved, then yeah, we can basically automatically convert this whole table into the new AI actions, and then I can proceed from that, make it more tidy. The dead flag, this needs to be just converted to a separate event type. And everything else is just conditions that can be easily converted as well. So yeah, I think we are good. I can actually get rid of NPC skills. So instead of trying to make this work together with the old NPC skills and the new enqueued skill or whatever, I can just get rid of this, convert this into the new table, and completely rewrite the use learned skill, which should be technically easy. I can just get rid of the learned skill functionality here completely. Instead, we just pick up the skill ID to use, either the one stored in the context or the default skill directly. We get rid of all the conditions. We don't need to check anything, except we need to check for movement impairment and stuff. Where is it, by the way? I can see it. Use skill or cast skill. Is it inside the use skill? No. Oh, I think it's within the use skill and the battle component. Huh. I was sure that it's here, but looks like it's not. Movement impairment is not here. Okay. Oh, that makes my job simpler. So basically all this thing needs to handle is casting the skill, like finishing the skill casting, and using the skill after it finished. And just using the skill that we chose. Oh, I guess we also need the target. Yeah. And the skill should be used onto the target. Wait. Target. The enqueued skill can be set to be executed on a different target. can be requested to be used onto a separate target. Use but use the current target by default. There we go. So yeah, this should be very easy to do. Except, yeah, this whole old learn skill system will stop working. That's one big disadvantage. I would actually have to migrate it into the new AI actions, but I think that's good. We will be able to test how the AI actions work properly. Are the monsters working in the same way as before, and so on. So yeah, I think this is good. This is going to be a huge improvement. But again, this is going to be for the next stream. I guess I'm going to start with that right away. Next time we stream this. But for now, this is going to be good enough. Let's see, can we rate somebody? Let's rate plane shift. Can I rate it from here? Yeah, nice. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. We did a lot. We actually managed to implement a bunch of new action types and condition types. We implemented the event linking in a very nice system. I really like it. And yeah, next time I guess we'll try to get rid of the old NPC skill system and completely migrate to this new AI action system. Because everything is here. And to test this properly, yeah, I need some data. And the best way would be to just migrate the old data. So yeah, this is going to be something for the next stream, maybe even tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching, and hope to see you next time. And yeah, again, sorry for the crash of the stream. I'll try to fix the problem. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.